And Rudy Versteeg from Red Lantern Racing. Making the gap smaller. Already made up for some positions from the start. And as we can see, he's moving forward. And in the front, the two drivers from Epic Missing are still driving forward ahead of the pack. And in the same gap is still between them, like 0.5, 0.8. But they're getting loose of VR Racing. The gap is getting a little bit bigger, as we can see. Up until now, all's very clean. Of course, still a long race to go. So you have to keep the car ready to endure this full 12 hours of racing. Yes. You can see very clean. The two top drivers in the front. And a qualifying pace of 2:18. 2:15, sorry. Still, as we can see, top drivers are still within a 5-second gap. So with 12 hours driving, a lot can still happen. Especially the top 5 drivers. The gap stays almost the same until now for the last 2 laps. Go Rudy, says Jan van der Poel. Yes, go Rudy. Team Red Lantern Racing. There he is. We are on board with Rudy Versteeg. The car looks completely clean. Number 1 and 2. Same team, following each other very closely, with a small gap to VR Racing in their back, even though they're like a little bit over 2 seconds away from the number 1. Heading down to Eau Rouge. On the way to Le Combs on the Camel Straight. So today we are racing to fight cancer by the Movember Foundation. Please find the QR code to donate on the screen. And if you want some special merchandise, there is also a QR for that. Up until now we raised 383 euros, but of course at the end of this race we hope that to be a lot higher. In the meantime, we're again on board with Rudy Versteeg from Red Lantern Racing. He's very close on Patrick from Team Ground Effect. And we can see a close battle. The drivers 7 till 9 in the standings. Daryl versus David versus Jordy. Chocolate Fondue Racing is in the front. And especially VR Racing 69 is looking at the inside. And in front of him is VR Sim Sports. Interesting battle to see. Trying to drive different lines to get past each other. But up until now. And there they go. Getting passed by both drivers behind him. But VK Sim Sports and VR Racing are battling, and Chocolate Fondue Racing is also coming back. Interesting battle. It's the battle for position 7, and there somebody goes off track. And in we go into the bus stops. Now in front, Apex Missers is still really tight together, driving almost identical times. But Team Yellow is getting a little closer, and can we see here somebody going to fight for the lead. And now we go back for the battle. On board with number 1, with Johnny Koning. Behind him is driving Yuri Matthijssen. And again on board with Red Lantern Racing, Rudy Versteeg. And then we switched to Johnny Koning from Apex Misses in the front, because they are battling also. But of course, both are from the same sim racing team. So let's hope they keep it clean. Team ground effect. Interesting is that the gap with 4 and 5 in the front is opening up a little bit, where it was first like 4 seconds. Now it's more towards the going a small 6 seconds. And there you see that Rudy is looking to get in position to pass Team Ground Effect. But up until now, he has to follow. Johnny is still in the lead. Apex Messers is doing pretty well, building up the gap of 4.8 seconds behind them, with the two cars in front, not over 0.5 seconds between each other. Furthermore, we see that the top 5 is still the same as for the last laps. Currently we have two cars in the garage. They probably retired or will continue the race a little bit later. This will be Bright Esports and Next View Consulting Racing Team. Battle in front still looking the same. They really are making clean rounds and following and keeping the gap almost 6 seconds behind them. Meantime, don't forget to donate. The QR code is in the screen. Everybody who donated, thank you. We're racing today against cancer. This is the 046 Movember charity race. We're driving 12 hours long on Spa-Francorchamps. We started in the dark. We're still in the first hour, so we still have a long way to go. And we had a very clean start, and up until now, no heavy incidents that happened. And now we are looking to the number 2 and number 1 currently in the race, both by the racing team Apex Missers, with Johnny and Yuri in the front. And Yuri is closely following as Team Yellow. And he goes to the bus stop, keeps following. Probably so close connected to save a little fuel. And maybe he can pass by then making a later or less pit stops as the number 1. And we've got a new leader in the race, Team Yellow of Apex Misses, and overtook Johnny, Team Pink. And Yuri is now driving in the front for Apex Misses. And now we also can see that the yellow team of Apex Misses is pulling a little bit away from Apex Misses Pink. It took a little time for Yuri to pass Johnny, and now the gap is already around a second. While before they were driving all the time very closely. Of course, 1 second is nothing. Making one mistake. In the meantime, they're still pulling away from iRacing 96. And today we're driving to race against cancer, and I have a small update. We're up to 443 euros, which we raised up until now. Of course, the race just started, so we still have a long way to go. Please find the donate QR codes on screen or find the link in the description or chat. And also feel free to buy yourself some merchandise, as this is also available. We're on board with Robert Hermans, who is driving on his own a 12 hours race. Respect for that. Under the flag of 046 Racing. Driving in the Porsche. You can see now we're on board with Gino Calanos, who is driving together with John from the US, and this is also a 046 USA NL team who drive together this 12-hour race. VK Sim Sports with the one and only Bram Vogel. On his way to Lacombe's, racing today against Cancer. Total amount raised 443 euros, and that only in the first, not even the first hour of the race. So feel free to donate via the QR code on screen or the link in the description and in the chat. Live from Spa-Francorchamps, an amazing, one of the classic circuits in Belgium. On board with Darnell Williams of Chocolate Fondue Racing. On his way to the bus stop and getting ready to set up for his next lap. Thank you, Rianne, for the support. On board with Roddy Vermeulen from VR Racing 069. Driving in the 7th position at the moment. point with Daniel Holmer from Crash Car Custom. On board with Philip Broberg from Bright Esports, currently driving in position 11. Making his way back after having a spin during the first laps. And now on board with Rudy Versteeg. Follow him closely. Driving from Red Lantern Racing. Driving currently still in 5th position. And a gap of 19 seconds till number 1. But the number 4 is as close as 3.6 seconds with one backlier who goes back, gives him the room to pass in an easy manner. And in front of Rudy there is Team Ground Effect with Patrick driving at the moment. And as we can see, he has Rudy behind him from Red Lantern Racing in 4.2 seconds, and David Wiles in front of him of VR Racing 069 with a 7.32 gap. On his way now to the bus stop. Into Lassos. Onto the Camel Straight. Going towards Le Combs. And now on board with David Wiles from VR Racing 069, the driver that is behind the two Apex misses who both driving in front. Where first was being led by Apex misses pink and now by Apex yellow. Yes, has a 9.3 second gap with Apex Mrs. Pink. So it means he is under 10 seconds behind for the lead. We're almost getting to the first hour of the race. He's getting towards the bus stop and setting up for his next lap, but he's going into the pit. Let's see. Apex Mrs. Pink is getting out of the pit at the moment. On now on board with the number one. While others are making a pit stop, he continues to drive, extending the gap for now, but of course he also still needs to make a pit stop. And now also Yuri is going to make a pit stop. Trash car custom, Daniel Holmer. Driving currently in P7. And getting close to Rudy Versteeg from Red Lantern Racing. Let's see. The gap is closing now, under 1 second. Well, they're getting towards the bus stop. Getting ready for a new lap. Heading towards La Source. And they got a back marker. Both first to pass. And Daniel stays within 1 second of Red Lantern Racing. Very close now to the back marker. So we can see here. Can I get a pass? And they both pass quite easily. Got some room in the bus stop. In the meantime, Trash Car Customs Daniel is very close on the back of Rudy Versteeg from Red Lantern Racing. On the way to Eau Rouge. Flat out. And setting up to basically keep all that speed and get it on the camel straight. And amazing to see all deliveries. You can find the moustache, which is basically all to support the Movember Foundation, because today we are racing against cancer. So grow your mustache and race with us. Donations are welcome. You can donate via the QR code, but of course also via the link in the description and in the chat. Interesting to see how Daniel is closely following Rudy at the moment. Change the camera a little bit and follow Rudy. He is still in 5th position, 8 seconds away from number 4. Team ground effect, the driver Patrick. But he is being closely followed by Crash Car Custom. team ground effect with Patrick, who is having 6.3 second gap with VR Racing 0669 96, I mean, sorry. Only 20 seconds from the lead. Of course, we're just over 1 hour into the race, this 12-hour race. Second edition of the 046 Racing Movember charity race. And again, we are racing on Spa-Francorchamps, an amazing track in the middle of the Ardennes in Belgium. And as you can see, is that Patrick is gaining a little bit time on Rudy and Daniel, who are both battling with each other. Even the logos of KWF are on his car in the livery. And KWF is the Dutch foundation that is fighting cancer, and that is where we are racing today for. Let's look on board with the number 3, the one that is closest to the leading pack in the front. The two Apex misses are in front. The gap became a little bit bigger with the ones in front. They are now 2.4 seconds behind each other. And then there is a 13-second gap to David Wiles from VR Racing 096. And this race is powered by Ground Effect Esports and GK Design. Please, I want to thank them for making this race possible. And of course, all the teams and drivers that are currently racing in the support of fighting cancer. On Spa-Francorchamps, when we are on board with David Wiles from VR Racing. And let's have a look with the number 2. The number 2 currently, Johnny Koning from Apex Mrs. Pink. They were leading the race, but currently had to give that position to their team Yellow from Apex Missers. And currently in front of him, only with a 2.6 second lead is Yuri Matthijssen, currently on board with Johnny Koning. Driving very cleanly. Really, these both cars are extending the gap with the racers behind them. And I have set the lead to around 14 seconds away from everybody. And that just over 1 hour into the race. Just through Lasures. Setting up, moving to Eau Rouge. 2.8 seconds in front of him. We have Juri Matthijssen. And that's second. That lead stays constant. Well, we go through Le Combs after the camel straight. Now on board with number one, currently reading the 046 Movember charity race in a Porsche, is driving Juri Matthijssen from Apex Masters Yellow. He is even extending a little bit the gap to 3.1 seconds. And in front of him we see a back marker. It's the current number 9. Gino Calanos from 046 Racing. Also give him a shout out. All the designs, all the liveries, everything designed by GK Design, Gino Calanos himself. Getting to the bus stop. Getting over the finish line, setting it up in Lasures. Very important to carry as much at speed that you can extend into Eau Rouge, in the end into the Camel Straight. And to Le Combs they go. In the meantime, you see that Juri is extending his lead little bit by little bit. Where not even a lap ago he had a 3.1 second lead, and there you see Juri passing Gino on track. Gino really give him enough space to cleanly pass. Now on board with Gino, as we can see from his car, the number 1. Who is currently leading the race. Gino driving in 9th position. And the number 2 also passes Gino. Back to Rudy Verstee from Red Lantern Racing, who still got Trash Car Custom Daniel Holmer right behind him. Let's see how this plays out. Can Rudy extend the lead, or is Trash Car able to set something up? And in the meantime, a small update. We have at the moment 453 euros raised. Thank you all for donating. If you still haven't donated and want to, use the QR code on screen or the link in the description or in the chat. And Daniel was closely following Rudy Versteeg. On board with Bram Vogel, VK Sim Sports, driving currently in 10th position. Currently on board with Jordi Vermelle from VR Racing 069. Great to say that mustache on the front of the car. And in 5.3 seconds behind him, we have Donnell Williams from Chocolate Fondue. There, Robert Herman goes driving on his own, a 12 hours race. Big respect for that. Currently in 12th position. Has to make up 46.8 seconds to get in front of Philip Broberg from Bright Esport. He's driving for over 6, Robert. Currently in 12th position. And now back with Apex Misses. Yuri Matthijssen currently leading with a 4.6 seconds gap. He's extended, or he had to pass on track. He basically is a teammate from the other Apex Misses Racing team. So yellow in front, leading with a 4.4 seconds lead. Getting through the bus stop. And live from the cockpit, we view the number one getting over the finish line, setting up the car in the source, carrying as much speed as possible as he will kneel it all the way to the end of the Camel Straight. But first, of course, have to cross Eau Rouge. And getting close to back marker. We'll get a blue flag. And you see Robert is getting to the right, so Yuri can easily pass. And getting into the now, Yuri. His gap is 4.7 seconds. At the first pass. On track. And now extending the lead bit by bit. In the meantime, Yuri was able to extend his lead with 5.3 seconds. It is now to Johnny, the driver of the other Apex Missers team. Now on to the number 8 currently in the race, Darnell Williams. Having to make up 11.5 seconds to Jordi Vermeulen in front of him from iRacing. Oh, 69. To the bus stop he is, on his way to La Source. Next View Consulting with Ralf Knoops. Bright Esport, Philip Robert. Now we're back to Daniel Holmer from Tashkar Customs, still closely following Rudy Versteeg. Rudy is able to keep Daniel behind him. Oh, and there we see a crash. It was... Oh. As we can see, I think he really damaged his car. He is able to continue, had to give up the fifth position that he was defending so heavily. And the gap is now 9 seconds. He will get into the pits. Getting in front. Philip Broberg, Bright Esports. Let's hope after some small repairs he's able to continue the race. Rudy Versteeg from Red Lantern Racing, because that was just something he could not dodge. On board with David Brown, VK Sim Sports. I'm currently in 10th position, following at the moment number 5 in the race. Not fighting for positions, but is able to unlap himself, all in a very clean manner. Getting to the bus stops. On the way to La Source. Now in 5th position, where Daniel was able to basically dodge the accident. Where Rudy Versteeg hit the other car standing on the track, unable to dodge. Following closely towards the number 4, who's currently 8.3 seconds in front of him. But in the middle, there's Gino, who's currently driving in 9th position. In the meantime, we see that Rudy swapped out of the car, and currently Jan Paul driving, taking over. They drop back to 8th position, and that while they were very well defending position 5 with Trash Car Custom following them very closely. Now we see that Gino is getting closely followed by Daniel, who is driving currently in fifth position, as he was able to take over that position from Red Lantern Racing. Given that incident, I hope the car and as you can see, all the cars have a mustache on their car because we're racing today to support the Movember Foundation. A race against cancer today during the 046 racing charity race for Movember. You can donate via the QR code on screen. You can even buy special Movember merchandise. And after all, the links also for donating can be found in the description and in the chat. Shout out to all the viewers. Thank you for watching. We're currently driving a 12 hours endurance race on iRacing in Belgium, all the way in Spa-Francorchamps. Beautiful in between all the trees of the Ardennes. A very classic circuit. And even very close to where iRacing was founded. Not even an hour away. We see that Daniel was staying close to the number 4. Not really to eat out the time. The person in front of him. Watching on board with Patrick from Team Ground Effect. Yes, VR Racing 096 in front of him with a 9.1 seconds in front of him. Can he make up? Can he get towards to get close? And then, of course, being close is just the beginning. And then you have to be able to make the pass on track in a clean manner. Because David Wiles is extending the gap a little. But let's see on board with Jan Poel. Of course, the fast repair came in handy because the front of the car was totally damaged. There was no able that really was able to dodge that incident in front of him. So Jan is currently driving, get again back, because they were defending so good at 5th position. And now in 8th position with a 13.7 gap to the one in front, which is Darnell Williams from Chocolate Fondue. And as we started in the dark, the sun started shining in the beautiful Ardennes, and now we can see clear also without the lights on. And again on board with Johnny, currently driving in second position. Was leading the race in the beginning, but had to give that position to Yuri Matthijssen, who is currently now in the lead and has a 9.5 second lead. Number 7, Darnell Williams. Just got past in between now the number 1 and 2. Here we are with Yuri, currently leading the race, extending the gap little bit by little bit. 10.3 seconds. Robert Hermans retired the car. Now we are racing 69 Jordi Vermeulen. Having a big gap towards number 5. And Darnell Williams is driving behind him. But he has a 20-second lead at the moment on Darnell. Up until now we raised €453 for the Movember Foundation, racing against cancer. And these funds will be used for research and the wellness and fighting cancer. You can donate via the QR code on screen. Also, you can use the links in the description and in the chat. And if you really want something to remember this event, please feel free to buy yourself some merchandise. Also, all proceeds will go to the Movember Foundation. Here we see Philippe Broberg from Bright Esport, currently in 11th position. Has to eat out 10.3 seconds, 10.1. I think somebody is pitting or not. Made a small mistake. Currently 9.8 seconds. With VK Simsports David Brown in front of him. And there is David Brown. Number 10. Currently in the BMW. Getting towards Eau Rouge. Carrying as much speed possible towards the Camel Straight. And then set up for the Combs. Gino Calleners from 046 Racing Team USANL. He is currently driving. Started in the dark. Now the beautiful sun is coming back, shining on the track again. We're almost making it towards the second hour mark of this 12-hour race. From best stops, he goes. Trash Car Customs, Daniel Holmer, currently 5th position, getting closer towards Patrick from Team Ground Effect. Now only 1.6 seconds that he has to make up to get. And then, of course, he has to pass on track in a clean manner. In the bus stop they go. So, Team Ground Effect is pitting, giving Trash Car Custom the position. Well, VR Racing 096 is also pitting. Getting back to. And Apex misses the pink team also. So, puts Daniel now in second position. Of course, he probably also needs to make a pit stop soon. And still, and at the moment in the front, still is Yuri Matthijssen from Apex Missiles Yellow. On board in the cockpit together with Jan Poel, Red Lantern Racing. They're getting little bit by little bit closer to number 7. Of course, they had that big crash, which took them out from 5th position. And now grinding their way back upwards. Nobody in between, it's just Darnell in front of him from Chocolate Fondue. Now on board with the number 1, currently in the race. In the cockpit live, we will follow him, as I believe he is going to make a pit stop at the end of this track. Has a lead of currently 1 minute and 7 seconds. Don't be misled, he still has to make a pit stop, and the cars behind him though already made a pit stop. So eventually this will even out. As you can see, sometimes the beautiful sunlight getting into his face, into the cockpit as the sun is rising. And let's see, he's getting now towards the bus stop. And there he goes into the pit. On board with our number 12. Ralph Knop's the only rookie between us. And off to number 8 from VR Racing 69. Daniel is driving the car. Setting it up cleanly. board with Philippe Bright Esports. He's getting closer towards David Brown from VK Sim Sports. It's just 2.8 seconds in between them. And we passed the second hour mark. VK Sim Sport, David Brown. On board with Gino Calanes, who is now going to make his pit stop. So we go on to Kenneth from Teshkar Customs. They swap driver in the meantime. They are currently 6th position. And we see that Red Lantern Racing is back in 5th position. Of course, after the incident, they had to make a pit stop, so probably they are a little bit out of sync, but happy to see that they're climbing up. Now on board with Jan. Having a 2.4 second gap towards Apex Misser, Spink. Actually the car that was at the start of the race leading the race. Jan is able to continue towards La Source. Over the finish line, of course, first. And keeping the gap in front of him a little bit over 2.4. In the meantime, we see that John Casey is stepping into the 046 Racing USA NL team. Of course, Gino representing the Netherlands and John the USA. On board with Frank Smits. Apex Mrs. Pink team installed before they were leading the race. As you can see, the number 3 to 5 are actually all in between of 5 seconds. So this could come interesting. As we can see, that Frank is getting closer to Team Ground Effect. Now here with Martin. Team ground effects. Getting through the bus stop. Number 2 of David, currently driving in number 2. He's 20 seconds in front of him. Don't think he needs to worry a little bit about that. More about the 2 cars behind him from Apex Missers and Red Lantern Racing. Because they are actually within even a small 4 seconds and they are closing up. As we can see that Frank is currently in 0.9 seconds behind him, 0.6. So let's watch this battle a little bit closely for now, as they are getting close. Can we see a clean overtake? It's already 0.5, 0.7. Of course, getting close is 1, making the pass second. Hey, can he do it? Can he do it? And there we see a very clean overtake. Give each other enough space. And there you see Frank was using the overspeed that he has to cleanly pass. It's on track. But Martin will now be also under attack by Jampel. Of course, Red Lantern Racing dropped down. So that he could not do anything about. On the other hand, he is also getting close to Frank again. In front of him. Hola, our number 8 racing for Chocolate Fondue Racing. And again, as you can see, a beautiful mustache in front of that Mercedes. Because today it's all about the Movember Foundation racing against cancer during the 046 Movember charity endurance race on Spa-Francorchamps in the beautiful Ardennes of Belgium. As we started in the dark, currently it's bright, it's light. And I want to thank also our sponsors, of course, and all the people that donated. Please find the QR code or the link in the description and chat. And there's also special Movember merchandise available. And this race is powered by you by Ground Effect Esport and GK Design. Also a big shout out to them to making this possible. The battle for third position, or I would say fourth position, because Frank is extending the gap. But Jan is getting very close to Martin. Team ground effect. Oh, he's having a look in the bus stop. And through La Source it went. Ready for Rouge. Carry as much as possible speed, of course, all the way over to the Camel Straight. And can Jan set something up before Lacombe? Can he pass on the Camel Straight? Side by side. Having a little bit more speed. And he makes it stick. Able to brake and set up the car very nicely in front of Martin. Very clean. Nice to see this live action on track and racing against cancer. And there we see Robert Hermans driving again. Of course, after the crash, had some repairs. He is, though, in the meantime, 10 laps behind on the number one, driving all alone. So, big shout out to him. The number two of our race at the moment, David Wiles in the car of VR Racing 096. Having a 1 minute gap, just over 1 minute at the number one. And number 12. Next to you, consulting Ralf Knoops. VR Racing 069. Daniel driving currently in 7th position. And now we are with David Brown, VK Sim Sports. Now on board with John Casey from 046 Racing, all the way from the USA. Was a long travel for him to get to Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, the Ardennes. But he is driving with the mustache on his car, fighting against cancer today during the 046 Racing Movember charity race. As we can see, John is getting close to Philippe Broberg from Right Esports. The gap is 4.6 seconds, but he has David Brown closely also behind him with 6.8 seconds. Able to extend. We got a shout out by the Center of Sim Racing. Go Jan! Jan Poel. And VR Racing is cheering for, of course, VR Racing in the chat. Big shout out for VR Racing also for participating, even with two teams. I'm still on board with John Casey. Not able to eat out the time of Philippe in front of him, but able to keep the gap behind him. Well, Philippe Boberg is going into the pits. John will pass him. Oh, now we are with Yuri Matthijssen still driving up front, having over 1 minute gap to the number 2, which is VR Racing at the moment, and then the team 096. This yellow car is really building up a gap. But of course, we are just on 2 hours and 22 minutes, so it is still a long race to go. During the 046 Racing Movember charity race, where we are racing against cancer and raising funds for the Movember Foundation during this Movember month. All powered by, of course, GK Design and Ground Effect Esports. Donating you can do via the QR code on screen, but of course there is also a link in the description and in the chat. Yuri is really driving on his own in the front for now. Gap from over 1 minute. Currently driving on laps 62 already. But of course we hope to get over 300 laps during these 12 hours. On board with Kenneth from Trash Car Custom, currently driving in P6 and having P5 20.2 seconds in front of him, while having P7 almost 40 seconds behind him. Here we are on board with Philippe Broberg, who's trying to unlap himself with Martin in front of him. Let's see if he can do it on the camel straight after a whoosh. Let's follow this battle closely. As we can see, Philippe is still on the back of Martin. The car that he can unlap himself. Martin is currently in P4, but Philippe is looking very fast. Taking another line. Bus stop. All the way to La Source. In the meantime, Martin is getting closer. Also to Robert. And you see that getting close is one, but passing is a little bit more difficult. Even though Spa makes it possible, you of course have to make a clean pass. As we can see with Robert Hersman, 046 Racing is Speckenel. He's on track. In the meantime, in front of him, on number 8, is diving Ola for chocolate fondue. And then in the number 3, started the race at number 1. Apex misses pink. Currently Apex misses yellow. Is in front. And both Apex Masters teams have VR Racing 096 in front of them. In the middle of them. But the gap is over 1 second with the number 1. Towards Rouge, carrying the speed to the camel straight, setting it up for the comps. Frank and David have 18.4 seconds between them. Now the gap behind them and in front of them is much higher. David Wiles, our number 2, currently in the race for VR Racing 096. Driving his Mercedes. bus stop towards over the finish line. Source heading towards Eau Rouge. On board with John Casey driving with the moustache on his car, because this raid is to support the Movember Foundation. And now live with us, Gino Canners, who was
Good
just.
morning.
Good morning. The sun is shining again. We started in the dark.
Yeah, tricky dark situations there, but
How was it
I'm
to keep the
glad.
car on track?
I'm glad the sun rised.
I can imagine. Beautiful sunlight shedding its light on the beautiful Ardennes. We're driving at Spa-Francorchamps. I'm currently watching Yuri Matthijssen in the front, who has extended the lead to 1 minute and 9 seconds. On the number 2, VR Racing 096.
Impressive.
Indeed, because he was for a long time in P2, fighting the other Apex misses, was able to pass, and from then on extending the lead.
I just drove the Ferrari, gave the wheel to John. Hopefully he's doing all right.
He is doing all right. Now we are on board with John, closely followed by the number 2. And I think on the outside line he will pass now John in a very clean and safe manner. P9, John is at the moment driving for the 046 Racing Team USA NL. And John now representing the USA as Gino just drove under the Dutch flag.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
And of course, today we're driving to fight cancer during the 046 Racing Movember charity race. A big shout out to all the drivers, of course, making this possible. And you can donate via the QR code on screen in the link. There is a link in the chat and in the description. Race now up till 453 euros. Of course, we're not even to the 3 hour mark, so hopefully we can get to the target of 1.5 thousand euros. And besides that, there is special Movember merchandise available via the QR code on screen or via the 046 Racing website.
Unique, an old familiar face donated. I see on the registration page.
They're always happy to see donations coming in, but an old known
A,
face,
a familiar face, Mr. Klinkers.
Mr. Klinkers. Thank you for donating during this charity racing event. We're racing against cancer. And currently watching Don Casey drive the 046 Racing USA NL car. And live with me is Gino Calanos. And then now
How's everything going with incidents and everything?
I were able to see one heavy incident where I believe it was Robert who had a spin. Even he was standing still on track, and Rudy Versteeg from Red Lantern Racing came across the corner, was not able to dodge the car standing still on track, damaged the front of the car, went immediately into the pits, swapped with Jan Poel to continue the drive, dropped back to, I believe it was P8 or P9 while they were in P5.
Oh, that's a bummer.
And that really was a bummer. Nothing he could do. Luckily, there was a fast repair, which made the car whole again, and we're able to continue the race. So let's see if they can fight back. Currently on board with the number 2 from VR Racing. Now on board with Jan Poel from Red Lantern Racing. We just described that incident that they had. And currently in P7, fighting their way back, having a 21.4 second gap towards the number 6 of the other VR Racing team. VK Sim Sports, David Brown, currently in 11th position, getting his way to La Source, carrying as much as speed possible. Really needed to get towards Eau Rouge. And you need as much as possible speed, otherwise you will be punished during the Camel Straight. The number 6, currently driving Daniel for VR Racing 069. Having the number 5 of Trash Car Custom Racing in front of him. Just an 11.5 second gap. And these mustaches look beautiful on the car. Trash Car Customs passing Ralph Knoops, a back marker. Easy pass.
Unique, did you have any interviews yet?
And not yet. You are the first one to be live with me on stream today. Of course, all the drivers are making their first rounds, and hopefully later today, yeah, we can invite some of the drivers to tell them a little bit about what happened.
Yeah, I'm curious if they are double or triple stinting and how the tires are doing. I believe mine were at 60% after 2 stints.
Okay.
So I gave John some fresh tires underneath the car.
Okay, and how long would you normally drive? Let's say if you would have continued
If I would continue it, I triple stinted the tires.
Triple stints. And then you would be around 40% or high 30s%.
I think mid 30s.
Mid 30s. And now, what tire is getting the most punished on this track?
Let me check. The right front.
The right front.
Yeah. In the back they were still good, like 75%, 80%, but the fronts were like 60 and 52. So the right front is getting the most amount of damage.
On this beautiful track, Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, no tires are spared. But yeah, for what I could see, did you have any incidents on track?
Only off tracks.
Only off tracks, of course.
Yeah.
Spa-Francorchamps, the track of off tracks.
It was really tricky, like the first few laps, the corner before the bus stop, I really needed to lift, otherwise I went wide and got an off track. But when the tires were heated in the dark, I could go full throttle.
Flat out. Yeah, of course, Blanchimont is always a tricky corner.
Yeah. And I had 2 off tracks in Lacombs, but I'm not sure why. I need to check that in my replay.
Yeah, it's always when you come out of the Camel Straight, of course, you have to set up the car nicely, not to brake too fast, of course, carrying as much as possible the speed, but yeah, sometimes you just cut out a little corner. And iRacing is not forgiving on that and just giving you the incident points correlated with that.
Yeah.
It made me also a little bit remember the 24 hours, or the last, if it was. 24 hours race, the official one of iRacing, the 24 hours Spa endurance race, where everybody was cooling the tires in the grass on the Camel Straight. Of course.
I saw the Apex missiles do that also.
Okay.
In this, when they overtook me on the Camel Straight the first time, they were also driving on the grass.
Yeah, okay, but nowadays you get an off track for it.
But it was today, yeah. So they took the off track for it.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it was to pass you more easily. Don't know, I was not viewing at that time any cars close. Now on board with VR Racing 096, currently in P2. Even though they're already a lap behind on the Apex Misses Yellow. Yuri Matthijs is still driving. I did not see them swap any other drivers in. Chocolate Fondue Racing. Ola is currently in position 8. And his next contestant is 19.8 seconds in front.
Yuri has already done 77 laps.
Yes.
Together with David van der Waals, also doing 76 laps. Ralf Knoops, 70 laps from Next View Consulting. Philip Broberg from the Bright Esports guys, 74 laps. Robert, 65 laps, doing the race solo.
The only one that is driving solo, at least he has no team members that can step in. Of course, the other teams can have team members, but still, they need to step into car. And now we see Ola making a pit stop. And also our number one is pitting. Yuri Matthijssen.
Are we going to see a driver swap there?
No, he's already getting out of the pits. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh, he's getting into. Sorry, my mistake. He's getting into. Let's see if there will be a driver swap. And Philip Broberg currently in number 10 for Bright Esports.
John has 1 lap left before he needs to take the pit stop. I'm gonna update you on the tires when he's in the pit.
Yeah, very happy to hear. In the meantime, Martin on number 7 for Team Ground Effect. I'm also very happy to see that Red Lantern Racing is
Team
back
Ground
on P4.
Oh, really? Nice.
But of course, it's very close in the P4 to, I believe, P6, even P7. So, of course, they had to make a pit stop earlier, so they're a little bit out of sync with the other cars. But still, it means that they're making their way upwards.
And Team Ground Effect, they are all the way from Hungary.
All the way
Driving.
from Hungary.
Yeah.
Look at that. I'm very happy to see all these international faces on track. From the USA to Hungary to the Netherlands to Belgium. Driving in Belgium. In the Ardennes. Beautiful track, Spa-Francorchamps.
Also, not to forget, a shout out to Team Ground Effect for sponsoring this event.
And of course, GK Design.
For more information, watch www.ginocalendars.com.
Now, together with Crash Car Custom, Kenneth is currently driving in P5. When Red Lantern Racing had the incident, they were able to just judge all that was happening on track and to get clean away. And then inherited at that time the P5 that Red Lantern was taking. Of course, they were closely following Red Lantern at the time, but were not able to pass till the incident. But again, Red Lantern is in front of getting through the bus stop towards the finish line.
I see Apex Mr. Swap drivers. Yuri Steinmetz is in the car right now.
But still, Yuri is behind the wheel.
Ja.
From Yuri Matthijs to Joris Steinmans.
John is pitting right now. His tires are at 80% front, 89 in the back.
And
This
how much stints will John do now?
one more, and then I will be driving again.
Okay, so you're swapping basically after 2 stints.
Yeah, just to keep the focus on point.
And there we see that Kenneth is getting closer towards Daniel. It's only between number 5 and 6. It's only a 3.7 second gap. And still, even after the driver swap, Apex Mrs. Yellow are still having a 54-second gap on the number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, we passed the 3-hour mark. Just over 5 minutes, now 6. And please feel free to donate via the QR code on screen or the link in the description or chat. On board with John. Currently in P11. Now we are on board with the number 1. Apex Mrs. Yellow. Getting through the bus stop towards the finish and on the way to La Source. They're currently on lap 82. And we're racing for just over 3 hours.
gonna quickly check in on John. I'll talk to you later, and good luck with the broadcast.
Thank you, Gino. Keep on racing. Race against cancer. Supporting the Movember Foundation. Please donate via the QR code or via the links in chat and description.
Thank you very much.
On board with John Casey, currently in P11. Robert Hermans driving on his own, a one-person team, 12 hours long, currently in P13. All cars are still driving on track, nobody retired yet. Very happy to see we're driving at the moment already for 3 hours and 14 minutes. So that makes us to be over a quarter of the total race length. Time flies by when you're having fun. And then Red Lantern Racing. Already back in P4. Driving currently towards the bus stop. Towards the finish line. Having P10 David Brown in front of him, which is a back marker. But on 28 seconds in front of him is team number 3 driver Frank Smits from second Apex Misses team. And live with us is Jordi Vermeulen.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, you're live on the stream during The race. You were driving before. How were the first stints for you?
Well, it was good. Not it didn't exactly go to plan. We're still obviously we're running with the Ford. So it's been a lot of getting used to. We figured out that moving the brake bias to the rear made the car a bit more stable because we were struggling a lot with the braking. But overall, it seems that we have a good pace. We're in P5 right now, so yeah, we're looking good. Doesn't
Very.
look like there's anything really to gain ahead of us, but yeah, we're looking good.
'Cause, yeah, I think the gap is a little. It's what is it like under a minute,
Yeah, it's
but of course the race is still long now. We just passed the
yeah,
3 hour mark. As you can know, during these endurance races, a lot can happen. Uh,
exactly.
how was it to keep the let's say consistent lap times on Spa?
Uh, to be honest, Spa is a track that we run quite often. Obviously, yeah, the 24 hours of Spa iRacing race that we run, and it's one of my favorite tracks. So keeping it consistent is once you get into that rhythm, and we ran some time alone. So. With no one really ahead of us on track, so it was really, really good to keep a consistent rhythm up. I think I was in the low 17s for most of my stints. So yeah, it's been good so far. Daniel is doing a really good job at the moment in the car. He's really pushing us forward. We're in the top 5 right now, so let's hope we can stay there.
I'm very happy to hear. And how was it to start the race in the dark?
Um, it's different. We've never done that before, so it was definitely something else. But everyone was really well behaved on the start. I have to say, no real incidents. Everybody gave each other a lot of space. So it's uh, it's it's different, but it's very pretty to see the sun coming up that early in the race, because usually you only get that like in a 24-hour race when you're 15 hours in.
Yeah.
You might get a sunrise if you make it up to that point. So yeah, it was good to see the sunrise. It's good to make some pretty screenshots of the car as well.
Yeah, of course, we have the screenshot contest. Make a nice screenshot and drop it here on the Discord of the Movember charity event. And we're now also live watching Daniel. Yeah, keeping the car very nicely on the track and pushing it forward. Hopefully, he can bring it more forward. Because when we look to the other VR racing team, the 96, they are currently in P2. They are the one closely following our number one of Apex Mrs. Yellow, but they already have a 53-second lead.
Yeah, it's to be honest, fair to say, I have to shout David van der Waals. I have to shout him out because he is trying to do this thing solo, which at the pace he's doing right now, it's incredible what he's been doing in the car right now. So big shout out to him, and let's hope he keeps it there.
Indeed. But he has a backup driver, but he intends to drive it alone.
Yes, yeah, we do have a relief driver for if he can't make it all the way through. You know, doing this pace for 12 hours straight is
Remarkable.
it's remarkable. Quite a big ask for someone. So yeah, we do have a relief driver ready for him. She'll come in later this afternoon, and she'll drive it when necessary. So yeah, we'll see how that one goes.
Yeah, and P2 is a very nice position. And we're still on board with Daniel. He is getting now just over the finish line towards La Source. And making his way to Eau Rouge. Of course, always important to set that car very well up at La Source. Otherwise, you will lose a lot of speed during the Camel Straight. So how were the tires for you during the race?
Oh, tire-wise, I had a bit of a spin in the first stint, which it wasn't optimal. So that ruined them a little bit. And then I had another spin in my second stint because we're still trying to figure out how this car works when you're in the dirty air of someone in front of you, and then it becomes a bit sketchy. But yeah, I think we were at somewhere high 60% after the first stint, so we decided to double them. But my front tires were down to 27% when I came in after the second stint. So yeah, they were shredded. But Daniel is double stinting the tires right now as well, and we're seeing that with the moving of the brake bias, we actually can get a lot more tire life out of these tires. So.
Yeah, you're quietly punishing them. Kinda, because I've seen people drive triple stints.
Yeah, what was that with that lead Porsche that did the triple stint? That was crazy.
It's crazy, and I have to say, just on the live stream, we had Gino Kellers from 046 Racing USA NL, and after 2 stints, he had 60% still in the tires left.
I don't know. Maybe the Ford is just punishing the tires a lot more.
Of course, some spins.
Yeah, so spins, they don't help.
They really don't help. Yeah,
they don't help. No, but Daniel's got when he just made his pit stop just now.
There was some small contact for Daniel, but I think he came out clean.
Yeah,
it was
a bit
a
of rubbing.
marker. Yeah, nothing special, but it's always when you're passing a back marker, you don't want to see something close to that.
Nah.
But I think Ralph also had some trouble keeping the car to Lassus, but it all went well, no real damage. Making his way to Rouge on the Camel Straight. Yeah, but it is always tricky, of course, especially when you're also still playing a little bit with the setup of the car, with your brake bias and so on.
Yeah, exactly. And none of us have really ever raced this car, the Ford. But we thought, fun event. Let's.
It's all for charity. Racing
it's
against
all for
cancer.
charity.
Yeah.
So let's race the Ford. Why not?
I have to say I never drove him myself, so I have no clue how it drives. What are the characteristics of a Ford compared to any other car?
Well, I think most of the GT3s they are really they tend to understeer quite a lot. Definitely the front engine cars, the Mercedes and the BMW, they understeer a lot, and this car is a bit more prone to oversteer. So we really had to figure out with the brake bias, like how can we set it up so we can throw brake into the corners and make sure we don't, or make sure we can get the optimal cornering speed. And on the straight lines, this thing is an animal. It's really fast in the straight line, but that's what American cars are known for as well. So it's
real American muscle.
Yeah. It's got a big moustache in the front end as well, so it's
but
very manly.
Very manly. I think the moustache is not good for the aerodynamics. Luckily, it's only delivery, so.
No, characteristics-wise, it's I'd say it's one of the better GT3 cars I've driven. It's a shame that it's going out or that it hasn't been updated in so long. Because it looks a bit odd to have all these very modern BMWs and Porsches, and then have this 4GT, which is
an old American muscle.
Yeah, I think it's the first time this car came on iRacing was 2009, so it's 13 years old.
Yeah, and all got updated in the meantime, even. So let's see, maybe in the coming year. But it is a very good car to drive, I hear.
Yeah, it's good to drive. It doesn't try to kill you in every corner, so that's good for a 12-hour race.
Consistency is key. Consistency is key.
Yeah, exactly.
One fast lap does not bring you anywhere during an endurance race. Now on board with Yuri Steinmetz from Apex Mrs. Yellow. Even though the gap in front is becoming a little bit smaller, it's still 52 seconds. But of course, we're almost at the 3.3 hour mark. Driving on Spa-Francorchamps during the 046 Movember charity race, where we are racing to fight cancer and to support the Movember Foundation. You can donate via the link in the description and in the chat. On board with our number 13 on the track, Robert Hermans, also the one at the moment driving alone. He does not have even a backup driver that can help him out. But of course, during an event like this, participation is key. So he's driving with the mustache on his car. Lovely to see all these mustaches on track, driving for Movember.
Right. I'm gonna be heading back to my own team chat.
Yes.
So
Good luck. Thank you for dropping in,
yeah,
and hopefully
thanks for
see you
having
later today.
thanks
And
for having me. I'll drop back in later during the race to give an update.
thank you. Keep
All
pushing
right.
forward.
Yeah. Thank you.
Currently on board with David Brown, VK Sim Sports, driving in P9. This having Ola from Chocolate Fondue Racing in front of him, 20 seconds in front. But of course, Jampel from Red Lantern Racing in P4 is in between them. And there is Jampel, Red Lantern Racing. P3 is at 33.5 seconds in front. Making his way on Spa-Francorchamps to Blanchiment. And getting now towards the bus stop. Always a tricky corner to pass and going in. to the pits, or not to the finish line, but to the pits, and to make a pit stop. So that makes us now to look at the car of Ola from Chocolate Fondue Racing, currently in P8. And again, a beautiful moustache on the front of the car, all for support towards the Movember Foundation. And currently in P2 resides Apex Misses Team Pink, and just 7.3 seconds behind number 2, where David Wiles is driving on his own, probably the only driver at that team of iRacing 096. And there we see VR Racing 69 has passed Red Lantern Racing. Of course, they were making the pit stop, as we just saw them live driving into the pits. And now with Frank Smits looking at his car, passing the finish line, and getting ready to set up the car very nicely at La Source. Now in the car with our number 2 currently, David Wiles. In the meantime, we see that Red Lantern Racing is swapping drivers. And Mickey is stepping into the car. Rudy started, then Jan, and now Mickey is taking over the wheel. Now, in the meantime, we see David Wiles very closely behind David Brown, the P11. Let's see how easy he can make, and there you see the space that's being made for him. Of course, blue flags are waved for David, so David can pass. Crash Car Custom, currently P6. Getting towards the P5. Only having a 4.3 seconds gap. Marcus is in between the two of them. And here we see quite some cars on track. Closely together. And Bright Esports, Marcus is driving in P10 at the moment. We will see probably some overtakes. As a blue flag is waved. And yes, very nicely done, Marcos. But now you have to watch out. Now you have David Brown behind you, who now overtakes you. Apex missers, Frank Smits, currently diving in P3. Just cleared the back markers behind him, and now getting close to some other back markers. Up until now, looks like all blue flags are good, respected. And there we see Kenneth make space. So Frank can easily pass. And the following back marker there, David Brown. Oh, okay, taking the inside line. I thought he would do it there, but not yet. And they do it in the bus stop, inside. Funk already passed very easily. Out breaking David Brown. David Wiles keeping the Mercedes good on track. Currently residing in P2. Very consistent gap between the number one and him. This goes around the mid 50 seconds. On board at Team Ground Effect. All the way from Hungary. Martin is driving. Currently in P5. On board with John Casey, currently in P9. Driving the Ferrari with a beautiful moustache in the front. Driving it to the beautiful Ardennes in Belgium on the Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. On board with iRacing 069. I just passed Robert on track easily. Wow, because the blue flags were waved. Both of the cars, both have beautiful moustaches. The one white and the other one black. Great to see. Towards the best stop they go. Always a tricky part of the track. And in La Source they go. Setting up towards Eau Rouge to carry all that speed on the Camel Straight. On board with Yuri, who's currently driving in P1 with a steady gap of mid 50 seconds, 55 to be exactly. And we're getting towards the 4-hour mark, only 15 minutes to go. Racing to race against cancer. You can donate for the Movember Foundation via the QR code on screen or via the link in the chat and in the description. Yes, Bart. Live broadcast by Yannick. I will be your host for today. In the meantime, we're also, of course, hoping to invite a lot of the drivers here during our broadcast to tell us a little bit more how it was on the track. 046 Racing represent during the 046 Racing, a Movember charity race all the way on Spa-Francorchamps in the beautiful Ardennes of Belgium, where we are racing 12 hours long. We started in the dark. Currently, the sun has come back already for a little while. You can donate via the QR codes or via the links in the chat or in the description. And also, if you would like, there is some special Movember merchandise available via the QR code or via the 046racing.online website. As we can see, the lead still is 55 seconds, and Yuri is able, together also with Mr. Van der Waals, to keep it very constant. They are having both the same pace. In the car now with the third driver of Red Lantern Racer, nobody else than Mickey. Let's see, of course, after a pit stop, they dropped a little bit back. They had that bad incident where they damaged the complete front of the car. Nothing they could do. Rudy was not able to dodge that incident. Currently, they're had the driver swap and were even in P4. But of course dropped back during that pit stop. P7, and the next driver for them is Kenneth from Trash Car Customs in front of them with an 8.2 second gap. But of course also two back markers are in between them, the number 10 and 11, David Brown and Marcus Stromberg. So let's see, till the comes he goes. So, Mickey, and driving with a nice mustache on the car, of course. Everything today is for the Movember Foundation. And he's getting very close. Something wrong. Something happened with Kenneth, I believe, whether first was quiet. Or is he just stuck behind Marcus? Let's see. Everything taking a different line. I saw Mickey was looking, going now back to the outside. Is he able to retake? Is it for not yet? Has to dot in just behind. And three cars back to back going to a Rouge, setting up for the Camel Straight. And there you see yeah, it was close, not able to pass on the Camel Straight. And Kenneth still stuck behind Marcus. And there we see that Kenneth passed Marcus. And now, of course, to keep close to Kenneth, Mickey also needs to pass very fast to make it work. And there he goes. He passes Marcus quite quickly and keeps the gap under 1 second on Kenneth in front of him from Trash Car Custom. Getting a little closer, closing the gap to 0.6, 0.7. But of course, getting close as one. Passing is to keep that clean and well, of course, is a little bit harder. Can he do it on the Camel Straight? To Rouge. 0.4 seconds. I believe it will not be enough to pass here. Really close, really close. 0.3 seconds behind. So the battle for sixth position still continuing. Now on board, just in front of the battle for P6 is David Brown from VK Sim Sports. Who is currently in P10 and having P9 John Casey and 19.6 seconds in front of him. So the gap closes, becomes a little bit smaller. Let's get back on board with John Casey. He's driving P9, having the P5 from Martin in front of him, well, for a ground effect, in which he's not battling for position 4. Of course, he is able to unlap himself in a clean manner, but I believe the gap is extending. He more has to worry about David Brown coming in the back from him, now in low 19 seconds. And the last 5 minutes have started for the first hour, 4 hours. So it means we're almost at 1/3 of the race. Even it's a 12-hour charity race funding the charity Movember Foundation. We're live at the moment watching the car of John Casey of 046 Racing USA and NL. And he's able to on board with the team ground effect. Also a big shout out to Team Ground Effect Esports for making this event possible together with GK Design. Currently in P4, very well, having a number 3 30 seconds in front of them. And in the meantime, both Apex Mr. teams are in the front, even though the Yellow team is 2 minutes ahead of the number 2, which is very astonishing what they are doing there. In the meantime, we're watching to Martin from Team Ground Effect, or Martin, and he just has two players, one player in front of him, and 30.3 seconds for the number for P3, while Kenneth is in P5, 25.5 seconds behind. Let's see, can he extend the gap and eat out the gap in front? Now on board with our current P3, VR Racing 096, and David Wiles is driving the Mercedes, as I heard from the other VR Racing team. He probably will try to race this whole race alone, which is exceptional. Only have one other driver so far. Also partaking in this solo drive exercitation, and that is Robert Huismans. There he is. We just spoke about also driving alone. Currently in P13. And our number 2, Frank Smits for Apex Mr. Pink, driving just over a lap behind the number 1. So in the meantime, a setup, a gap of 1 full lap, which is quite astonishing. We are about to hit the 4-hour mark. Big shout out to all the drivers on track, all the people partaking, making this event possible, where we are supporting the Movember Foundation, the race against cancer, during the 12 hours on Spa-Francorchamps in the beautiful Ardennes in Belgium. Now, Frank has a 1 back marker with P7 in front of him. Given his current pace, I believe he is able to clear the back marker before the end of the lap. Can he get it done? And yes, easily. And here he continues. And on board with our number 1, who is now going to make a pit stop just when we are about to look at how he's driving. Of course, he has over a lap gap to the number 2, which is the other Apex Mrs. team. Let's see after the pit stop how this will turn out. All the people in the pits on board with Chocolate Fondue Racing. Everyone is still behind the wheel. Look at that beautiful mustache. Oh, and there we see Marcus hit the wall. Clearly was too early with his foot on the gas. Looks like there's not too much damage on the car. So hopefully Ride Esports can remain driving without losing too much pace after this incident. On board with Mickey from Red Lantern Racing, residing in P4. And there our number one, freshly out of the pits, driving again. And his lead is still over 1 minute. Very remarkable. Very consistently extending out the gap. A little bit extra. Of course, he was first over a lap ahead. But a pit stop still needed to be done. On board with Ram Vogel. VK Sim Sports currently residing in P11. In the car up for Blanchimont. Having Gino Calendars in front of him in P10. Well, in between the two of them is the back marker P12. Who Brum almost has put on a lap. Already over some laps. Live with Gino and getting towards Eau Rouge. Letting the car up for the Camel Straight. In the meantime, Gino is closing the gap in front of him. It's now 10.2 seconds on Darnell Williams from Chocolate Fondue Racing. And Gino currently in P10. I'm on board with David Wals driving VR Racing 096 in the Mercedes, getting to Rouge, carrying all that speed into the Camel Straight. Currently residing in P3 and having Frank Smith from Apex Mrs. Pink in front of him with 41 seconds between them. Hello, John.
What's up, man?
How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
How was your first stint?
It was pretty good. The cold tires got me a little bit and bumped the wall a little, but once I got it figured out, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, I saw some small
Pretty good.
damage at the right front, I believe, but nothing, I believe, too damaged.
Yeah, it didn't affect the car too much. So may have slowed it down maybe on the straightaways, but it didn't drive different. So
So when you started driving, it was already light. How was it
yeah,
to see the sun
yeah.
coming up?
It wasn't too bad for me. I guess Gino had got most of that, so it was pretty much up and not in my eyes or anything. So that was good. I know he was having a problem with it for a minute there right before I got in the car, so I guess it kind of cleared up on it.
Yeah, I have to say, in the start of the race, luckily was very clean. I
Was
w
it?
it was no major lap one incidents, which we have seen happen sometimes. Quite more struggle in the first lap. Of course, you saw some
Yeah,
people struggling with the cold tires, as you also mentioned, just coming out of the pits.
yeah, yeah. It takes about 2 laps to really get it where you got enough grip to feel comfortable with it.
Oh yes. In the meantime, we see David Wells clear Robert Hermans on track. Very clean. Robert shoved away, of course, because of the blue flags waved. Amazing to see that mustache on the car.
Yeah,
Now
yeah. It
on.
seems to be going pretty good.
Oh yes, and I have to say, big shout out also to the Apex Mrs. Yellow, who currently have a lead of over 1 minute in front.
Yeah, they're fast.
They're really fast.
Is that the Jories?
Yeah, the two Yuris, yeah, are
Yuris.
they're really driving well in front there. You really have to
Yeah,
look
they're
to the
quick.
last name to know which one is in the car.
Yeah, yeah.
No, but the pink one of Apex Misses was started the race in front, but overtook them and was then able to basically exceed the position that they had and really create a gap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good gap.
It's a good gap indeed. Let's get on board with Mickey. Red Lantern Racing at the moment,
It
currently
looks
in
like
P4. Tell me, John.
it looks like we're in kind of a pit stop half and half deal with like ninth, 10th, and 11th there. Because usually at the end of our stint we're up about 8th or ninth, and then when we pit they'll pass us. And then we'll pass them back. Their pit stops are a little off sequence with us, so I'm curious to see how it's going to end up at the end.
Yeah, I have to say the same is a little bit with four and five.
Really?
They also have like a little bit desynced pit stop,
Yeah.
where you also see some swapping around when somebody gets into the pit. Of course, we're just over 4 hours, so we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, we do.
Uh,
Things can change quick.
yeah. Now and up until now, I only saw one major incident, and Mickey, yeah, could not dodge
Uh,
a car that was standing still on track when you were just coming around the corner.
uh,
So luckily they had a fast repair, so they were able to get back on track. They were then residing in P5, and currently they're back in P4. So happy to
uh,
see that they made their way back up, because they dropped down to P8 or even 9.
oh wow.
But of course they had quite some pace.
Yeah.
With
Yeah,
the
they
new,
are fast.
yeah. So then during that pit stop to repair the damages, Jan jumped into the car, and now Mickey is steadily gaining.
Sweet.
So we've got races from Hungary, from the Netherlands, from Belgium, and of course also all the way from the USA in the 046 Racing USA NL combination. Because John is driving together with Gino Calanos, who is currently driving and pushing the car forward. And John, how are your tires at the end of your stint?
The fronts were down to about 45%. The backs were about 70%. So, but they felt pretty good. They were starting to get a little slick, but they still felt pretty grippy.
And you drove 2 stints, right?
Yeah, 2 stints.
Yeah.
You might could triple it, but I'd be a little scared of it.
I can imagine, especially when you're already on 40% after the second stint.
Yeah.
Not something
You'd be
we
pushing
would
it.
advise indeed.
You'd definitely be pushing it.
Yeah. Now, I believe that the Apex Missiles Yellow, they are driving triple stints.
Really? Wow.
Most people are doing double stints.
I couldn't imagine. It seemed to cool down or something because the track kind of picked up speed there at the last of my stints there. So I don't know if it was getting cooler or what was happening, but everybody seemed to be a little bit faster. Maybe it's just getting the hang of the track, a little more.
Yeah.
Because I was watching my temperatures and it didn't seem to be dropping really. I don't know really what it was when I got in the car, but the whole last little bit there, I watched it and it never changed. So
yeah, of course.
I think we're sitting at about 70 degrees.
Yeah, of course, the temperature is always is something to look out for, especially because the sun is rising. I believe it would rise, but of course we're driving in the Ardennes where weather can easily change, as we know.
Yeah, it's still early. It's 8:30 in the morning, so there's still a lot of sun to get on that track, ain't it?
Yeah. In the meantime, we see that Mickey is closing up on Bram Vogel, getting very close. Of course, blue flags are being waved.
Yeah, they are.
Ooh,
Yeah, they're
close.
right together there, ain't they?
Yeah, there they will. Take the inside line. Ooh. Yeah, that's the switcheroo. There he passed. I saw Bram a little bit hesitating. I was afraid the two cars would touch, but both were very quick in their response. And Umiki is getting over the finish line. Two Lasurs setting up the car for Rouge to carry as much as speed for the Camel Straight. And then some underbraking to pass somebody if necessary to get in Lecombs. Now let's switch forward to our number one currently on track, Yuri from Apex Mrs. Yellow. Have a 104-minute lead. And basically they're driving a race on their own.
Yeah, they are. They're on a whole new zip code.
But still, you have to stay consistent.
Yeah. What was that guy that ran last year? 11 hours and 59 minutes and 48 seconds and crashed like the next to the last lap or something?
Yeah. Winning a race is in the small details.
Yeah. You gotta finish.
Gotta finish. Indeed. Now on board with your teammate, John, with Gino. Driving the Ferrari in P10 currently. Just 7.7 seconds away from Chocolate Fondue Racing. Beautiful looks that mustache. And again, we're today live during the 046 Racing Movember charity event, 12 hours long on Spa-Francorchamps, racing against cancer, racing and raising funds for the Movember Foundation. Please donate. You can do that via the QR code on screen or a link in the description and in the chat. Big shout out to Ground Effect Esports and GK Design for making this event possible. And of course, for all the watchers now on stream and the drivers on track. You're here together with Yannick Dols, myself, and John Casey, who is driving together with the Gino Calendars in the 046 Racing USA NL team, who are currently residing in P10, and we're watching Gino live.
He should catch him here in a minute. Well, we got a few more minutes, huh?
No, for sure.
They ought to be getting their pit for too long.
Yes, this is his first stint, and he will drive 2, and then you swap again.
Yes. Yeah.
And John, what time is it now currently in the US? And where you're situated?
7:28 in the morning.
7:28. So
Yeah, I started my stint at 5 a.m.
the early bird catches the worm, huh?
Yeah, the race started for 3 a.m. for me. But I got up because our time actually changed last night, so I didn't really know how it was going to affect on it. 'Cause I'm not good with figuring all that time out anyway.
Yeah, these damn time
It's
zones.
6 or 7 hours, I know, something like that. I can't never keep up with it.
Yeah, and especially in Europe, we just switched to summertime. So
Yeah, last week. And then we did last night.
Oh, you did last night. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Then it's always tricky.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was going to do with it. I was like, well, let me just set it real early and get up and make sure. So once I figured out what time it really was, I kind of reset my clock to that and got up again. But I pretty much got up at 4 a.m.
Yeah, it's quite early.
I think I woke up at 4 a.m. yesterday morning.
So you already were practicing.
Yeah, yeah.
Watching Yuri now in front, 104. So the gap is not extending. It's staying very close. This means both the Apex missers are driving same lap times. And Yuri is getting close to P8 Darnell, who will get a blue flag.
We should move up to ninth now. Ninth.
And there. Gino is in ninth position. We have number 8, 7.8 seconds ahead of him. And Marcus behind 9.5 seconds. So there you see indeed that 8 to 11 actually. All like within 20-30 seconds of each other. So positions can be made there.
Yeah.
The same is actually when you look to the P4 and 5 at the moment. P3 even. We're also quite closely together. You see Mickey pass Marcus easily. Marcus get out of the way. and in the meantime, he is extended the lead already for 1.4 seconds. After that pass, I think that Marcus lifted also a little bit to get that pass easily done.
Which is nice in some of these curves. What car is Mickey running?
You cannot ask me because I'm colorblind. So it will be very hard
Really?
for me. But he has an 046 livery.
I think they're in the Lamborghini.
Yes, they are in the Lambo. Currently in P4.
That's a tricky car to drive if you ain't used to it.
Yeah, indeed.
It'll get out from under you quick.
But it's a fast car if you're able to.
Yeah, I like it. I drove a Lambo Trophy Series and finished third, fourth maybe.
P4. Just outside of the
I got
podium.
I got the Mr. Clean award for the season though. That was kind of cool.
Keep it clean.
Yeah. And then I finished third in the Rick Motec GT3 series and got a trophy for that one.
So you're
That was kind of
not
cool.
only Mr. Clean, but also Mr. Trophy.
Yeah. Different series, but yeah.
And back on board with number 1, Yuri. It's amazing to see how consistently these two Apex misses are driving, John.
I
It's
know it,
still
man. It's
104.
crazy. Aliens.
On board with Robert Hermans. Robert is driving currently in P13. He is driving alone, completely. No one to take over the wheel for him. It was important for him to participate and take on this challenge for the Movember Foundation.
Gotta love the sound of that Porsche.
Oh yes, it's an amazing car to drive, have to say.
I like the GTE Porsche. It was really fun.
Yeah, I drove together with you the first 24 hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, first
In that
race I
car.
did.
Same here, my first endurance race.
Yeah, I still race with a lot of those guys in that. I do the World Series leagues, and that's kind of the same guys who put that on. They're pretty good guys. I've raced like 7 seasons, I think, with them now.
Very nice. Mickey is
I
in the
was.
pit, Darnell is in the pit, and Jonas driving for Trash Car Customs at P7. And Gino made it up to P8 even. Now 1 lap behind on Trash Car. Custom. Jonas' car has some damage on the front. That nose is not clean anymore. But I believe it does not affect the car too much. On board with VK Sim Sports, Bram Vogel, currently residing at P10, heading now over the finish line. Through the source.
Yeah, 8, 9, and 10 is really close there.
Oh yes. And then there is almost a lap gap in front of Gino. The
That's
question
good.
is, of course, what is the sync about pit stops? Where do
Yeah.
you end up? Well, yeah, mostly, of course, it's at the end of the race. Who dares to stay out to not make
Yeah.
that pit stop?
Yeah, with it alternating, it's gonna be a gamble to see where it comes out.
Yeah,
You might come out good, you might come out bad. It's 50-50.
indeed.
If we can just stay clean, I think we can maintain maybe eighth or ninth, unless something happens.
Yeah, but you never know what happens in front of you, huh?
Yeah, yeah, unless something happens up here. They might get a little racy.
Consistency is the most important during these endurance races.
Yeah, for sure. You get any in the garage for a while, it'll kill you.
Oh, yes. And why did Gino and you choose for the Ferrari?
Why did we?
Yeah,
I I guess I've been used to driving it, and it's not bad. It handles pretty good, so it's not the quickest, really, with the Porsche and the Mercedes right now, really, but it handles good.
yeah, I find it a little bit more forgiving than, for instance, the Porsche.
Yeah, true. And it's a tank, man. If you bump the wall, it'll keep going. And the way I
In,
drive sometimes, them walls can happen.
on board with Marcus from Bright Esport. And as John just mentioned, the battle for P8 is close. They're all within not even 20 seconds of each other.
Yeah, basically a pit stop,
Not even a pit
half a
stop.
pit stop. Yeah, half a pit stop.
Yeah.
It seems Marcus catches Gino in some curves, but Gino pulls away in other curves, so
Yeah.
they're staying pretty even.
The gap stays almost the same. Marcos is extending a little bit behind him. And there, Gino is driving the Ferrari with the big mustache on the front. And of course, today we are here to support the Movember Foundation. Racing Against Cancer.
Yeah, that's a good thing because me being a cancer survivor, it's a really good thing
Yeah.
that I can sit here and race today.
Yes. It's a very good cause. Of course, last year was also a big success. Lots of monies were
Big.
raised, and all for the support for research, but also a focus on the support for the persons fighting this evil disease. And luckily, we have John still with us, a survivor, a fighter, not only on track. Next you consulting Ralph Knoops in P12. Some laps behind on the number 11, but the star is still going strong.
Woo. Oh, P12 done off track and Rouge. Is that how you say it? Rouge?
Eau Rouge.
Oh, Rouge. Definitely not good with the names.
They're a little bit French,
Yeah,
as they are French speaking in this part of Belgium where Spa-Francorchamps is located, but they are situated in the beautiful Ardennes.
I took that language in high school for about a week, and I was like, nope.
Yeah, here in the Netherlands, we are all learning it.
Yeah, I went to Spanish instead. It was a lot easier.
Yeah, Joel, did you even know that in the Netherlands we have a higher percentage English speaking than in the US?
Really,
Yeah.
I heard the older generation was more Dutch, and then the newer generation was more English.
True story. How we all get it. We get taught it on school. And our television is not subbed, but subtitles.
Hmm.
So this way people also learn English on the fly.
I tried about a year of Dutch, and that's definitely a hard language to learn.
Oh yes, it's not the first time I hear that.
Yeah, it's difficult. I learned a little bit. I just got really so busy at work, I just couldn't stay with it like I wanted to.
On board with Yuri, number one. Still, it amazes me on 1 minute and 4 seconds on the apex missiles behind them. Just had to clear some back markers. Now has some free air up till Champ.
Gino's up in P8.
He is. Has quite a so quite some space. I don't know because he's not driving his second stint or his first.
Yeah, he's on his first one right now.
Oh, on his first. Oh, okay. So you still have some recovery time before you have to step into the car again.
Yeah, about an hour and a half probably. So I think I'm gonna go get me a biscuit.
Okay, then John, thanks for joining our broadcast.
Yeah, I'll come back and talk to you some more.
Okay, enjoy your
Thanks for
brisket.
doing it.
Bye bye.
All right, man.
John, going to take some food while we continue to watch the race here. See Yuri closing up to P6. Of course, Blue. Whoa, he goes quite wide. I think he wanted to create some space. But he's back on track, as we can see here. Create some space for the number one, of course. It's always a little bit tricky when you get a blue flag for the P1. Never want to do something wrong. Now we're live with Jonas. Trash Car Custom. Resigning in P7. So people that lapped him in front of him. And the closest is VR Racing, but they have quite a gap for now. Over 10 seconds. On board. with Levente, who is in P5. Currently getting towards Mickey. Only 8 seconds. Let's watch him a little bit closely. See if the gap in front closes up. It stays around 8 seconds. While he gets towards Eau Rouge. Setting up the car nicely. Board with Mickey, who is driving just behind P3. So he's fighting for a position with him, but he first has to unlap himself. So if he can make the pass here on track, it would show that he has a little bit more pace than the current driver in the car in front of him. And then of course we still have the sinking of pit stops that could make you drop back after a pit stop. The gap is still 1.6 seconds, 1.7, and even 2. So maybe David is too fast. David is also probably driving the race completely alone. One of the two solo drivers, as far as I know, together with Robert Hermans. Big respect for even trying. Getting towards the 5-hour mark. Only 15 minutes. Now we're already on 5 hours of the 12 during this beautiful All-for-6 racing Movember charity race live in Ardennes, Spa-Francorchamps. A very classic circuit in between all the beautiful trees of the Ardennes. The circuit is situated very tricky with weather. Of course, in this region, rain can come at any given time. Today we are lucky. We have full sun after we started the race in the dark. On board with VR Racing, and David Wals, as mentioned before, he's driving this race all alone. Drove all the stints until now. Already for 5 hours almost behind the wheel. And here we are driving with Bram Vogel, who is slowly but consistently eating out the time of the car in front of him. But he just passed. I think Marcus just, let me see. He just had an off track. He just saw him on the side getting off, and VK Sim Sports, and the driver Bram Vogel was able to profit from that. And now, of course, his next rival will be Gino Cannoners on track. And there still, he has to eat out 23.8 seconds, because that's what Gino is leading in front of him. Getting over the finish line. To the Suos. Now live on board with Frank Smits, who is a 1 minute and 4 seconds. Oh, first time it is now 1:05 for a while, because these Apex misses are driving consistently lap time after lap time. Now live from the cockpit. In the meantime, a small update on the total money raised. We just raised now currently on 463 euros. Thank you to all the donators for supporting this cause, this charity race for the Movember Foundation. Of course, also a big shout out to Ground Effect Esports, not only for participating but also making this event possible. And of course also Gino Cananas with GK Design for making this event possible. Donations are still welcome. We hope at the end of the event to raise over 1,500 euros to be donated to the Movember Foundation, to not only fund research to find cancer, but also support the people in need having this evil disease. And as we saw before, why is 046 supporting this good cause? It's also because we've got some survivors within our team who were able to fight off with evil disease, and this makes it even more important for our team to support this cause. Happy to have John in the car also racing with us. Currently at Spa-Francorchamps, 12 hours long racing to fight cancer. On board with Frank Smits. Frank is driving for Apex Missers. He's driving for the team that's reside currently in the second place, just shy of a little bit over a minute behind the other Apex Missers team. And now on board with Gino Cananas from GK Design, one of the sponsors making this event possible. He's getting over the finish line. And there he goes to set up a new lap. Heading through Les Sources. Always a tricky corner, I find. Don't want to brake too much, but want to get in out fast, because you need to carry all that speed through Eau Rouge onto the Camel Straight. Fully flat. And then really set up your car for the combs, where some overtaking can be done, out braking when you are alongside somebody. On board with Robert of 6 Racing SmackDown. He's driving this race in the Porsche completely alone. Yuri having still over a lap now. Of course, P2 pit stopped a little bit earlier than him. They're a little bit out of sync. Still a lot is possible, even though they're having a race of their own. On board with Mickey from Red Lantern Racing. Currently residing in P4. In a 53.4 second gap towards the number 3 of VR Racing. And now we see Bram getting into the pit. On board with the P8. Marcus driving for Bright Esports. And the car up for the Coombs. In the meantime, Gino was able to extend the lead, residing in P7. Event from Team Ground Effect. Also, big shout out to the team, not only for driving, but also for making this event possible. David Walls driving alone. VR Racing 096. Just keeping it Mercedes completely clean, as you can see. There's a 39 second gap towards the one in front of him. And again, also around that same time, a little bit over. Back to him, to Red Lantern Racing, where Mickey is currently behind the wheel. At the moment, we have Yuri Steinmetz driving in P1, but both Juris are in the same team. Well, Yuri Matthijssen was driving the first part of the race, and currently we're looking to David Waals. Who is getting close to Bram Vogel, who of course will get a blue flag. Sorry about the stream quality, as in the second part of the stream this will be fixed. As we are currently now almost a little bit over 5 minutes into the race. On board with Bram Vogel just after his pit stop. Of course, his tires are still cold and getting now chased by the number 3, but also the number 1, who put everybody on a lap almost. Is about to probably pass Bram, since blue flags will be waved. It's amazing, these lamps in that car. Really looks like ice proning towards you in that BMW. Let's see where David will get the ability to pass with the Mercedes to BMW. Following closely. Getting to the inside. The bus stop they go. And there David will take the inside line. And now Yuri will get space also from Bram to pass. And they will pass. Now we're looking with Yuri Steinmetz, who is currently in P1, closely following P3, just a 1.2 second gap. And of course he has a 1 minute 32 gap on the number 2. Also Apex Mrs. team, really doing well. Other Yuri was able to overtake the other Apex Mrs. team in the beginning of the race, and after that was able to extend the gap. And there, Yuri overtakes David very cleanly. And there Jonas is getting into the pits. Same for Darnell. While we look live with Sean from iRacing. Oh, 6, 9. Currently residing in P11. And Johnny Coding again in the car for Apex Mrs. Pink. Now getting past the back marker. In this case, Robert. Both driving the beautiful Porsche. Giving the space in Blanchimont. And P2 is able to pass easily because the blue flags were waved. On board with Gino Calanos, P8. Having Jonas in front of him from Teshkar Customs at 11.2 seconds. Mickey just out of the Source, getting to a Rouge. Hoppa. Setting the car up for the camel straight. Beautiful to see this moustache in the front. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all for donating in this race against cancer. Supporting the Movember Foundation. Live during the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the 046 Racing Movember charity race. On this beautiful sunny day in Ardennes. Right, Esports currently residing in P6. Team Ground Effect in P5. Just 2 laps they have on Bright Esports in P6. And have to make up for 1 lap towards Red Lantern Racing. VK Sim Sports, Bram Vogel driving in the BMW today in P9 for now. David Wals, VR Racing, driving a race on his own, alone, up until now. Just over 5 hours already in, not even halfway, and still going steady in P3. And then, of course, our number one, Apex Mrs. Yellow, Yuri Steinmetz, now still driving after he took over the wheel from other Yuri, Matthijssen. And they extended the gap now to 1 minute and 34 seconds. That's quite some. Still on board with Yuri from Apex Mrs. Yellow. Still have a lead of over 1.5 minutes currently. As we can see, extending the gap. And in P11, VR Racing 069. Sean is behind the wheel. See some small damage in front of the car. Or is it? Robert P13 driving all alone this race. Already for almost 5.5 hours today during the 046 Racing Movember charity race. All the way down in Spa-Francorchamps, Belgium, in the Ardennes, where after a dark start we have now quite some nice sun that is shining on the track. Let's see what it does with the track temperatures, with the grip, but also with the degradation of the tires, of course. We saw some people triple stinting, which with a higher temperature could become tricky. The right front is get punished the most here on this track. Now on track with Gino Calanas, who is currently in a battle for P7, and he just did it. Oh, getting a little bit off track there, sliding, and have to give the position back. I don't think there he lost too much of time. Of course, position, but he's still now 1.3 seconds close to the number 7. So let's closely follow them and see if he can make another move, maybe during the next round. But first, of course, has to get a little bit closer. Luckily, he was able to keep that car out of the wall, because that could have ended differently. And he is already 0.3 seconds behind, so it means that 1 second he ate out already quite easily just after bringing the car back on track. Beautiful moustache, and there he sticks it in the inside, alongside, and now they go closely together into Blanchiment, where he has to lift. And then goes over and passes. Now through bus stop. Oh, but there gets too early on the wheel, on the gas, and puts it in the wall. Just after the overtake again. Hopefully he's able to continue the race while number 1 passes him. Heading back on board now with Yuri, who's still driving in the car. Watching Yuri still driving in first position, currently with a gap of 1 minute and 37 seconds on the number 2, which is also Apex Mrs. team. And today live at Spa-Francorchamps in the Ardennes in Belgium. We started the race in the dark now, fully lit. Track temperatures are rising a little. What will it mean for the degradation of the tires? As now we're watching with Gino Cannoners now in 10th position. I think there were some small repairs that needed to be done after he just crashed out after the bus stop. And now moving his way up, hopefully for him. Next View Consulting, Ralph Knoops, driving in P12 at the moment. It's beautiful to see this moustache on the car. And in P14, Ground Effect, one of the racing teams here live, also the one that made this event possible together with a GK Design, Gino Cannoners. We were just watching. Both are also live battling on track, not only for the race but also the race to race against cancer for the Movember Foundation. So please donate. The QR code is not for everybody working, and we will fix that in a little bit when we pass the 6 hour mark. And event is closing up to Robert. I'm going for a pass here. Robert lifts. And that's why blue flags are being waved. And currently in P3 resides VR Racing and David Waals, who is driving on his own until now, and probably will try to do it also on his own, together with Robert. And the only teams that are trying to drive with one driver in the team, as VR Racing has a second driver just as a backup, but David hopes to continue to drive and finish this race on his own. And Gino just out La Source, getting to Eau Rouge. We're in front of him. We will switch now to is driving Yuri, still in P1, little by little extending the gap. I have to say, big respect to the Apex Misters for driving so consistently. And Darnell Williams for Chocolate Fondue, driving currently in P9. Having Gino back to him on 31 seconds and Bram Vogel in front of him on 31 seconds. Let's see if Gino can come closer or that he can get closer to Bram. Who knows? While in P2, Johnny Koning is driving, just getting through the bus stop over the finish line. And Bram Vogel from VK Sim Sports, 14 seconds ahead of him is Philippe from Bright Esport. Small detail in front of the car is, as all of the cars have, a mustache. So of course we're supporting today the Mustache Foundation. On board with Philippe Robert from Bright Esports, P7 until now, and 20 seconds in front of him he has Jonas from Tershkar Custom. But first he has to clear a back marker, which currently he is 1.4 seconds having in front of him. Blue flags will be waved. But Sean is also having a good pace. Still, the gap is 1.4. I'm getting to 1.3 seconds. So NP11 Sean, a VR Racing 069. And there they go. Mashimo on the way to the bus stop. And look at that beautiful helmet he's wearing. On board with Jonas, Fresh Car Customs, residing in P6. Having a hell of some laps to make up if he wants to overtake and get to P5. Just 3 laps short. And he is having his direct on-track opponent in front of him. It's Red Lantern Racing and in the car ready for stage. Now on board with Rudy and Red Lantern Racing. 28 seconds towards P4.
Please take a seat, take a seat, take a seat.